Wait. I forgot to put the time on. Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the Nevermore Readathon. And you probably saw my little mistake that happened at the beginning because I forgot all about my timer. And I'm like all over the place. I was just explaining to Lauren, who is my special guest tonight, that I apparently can't chew gum and walk at the same time. So Lauren is joining me tonight for some reading sprints all about Poe because she happens to like Poe as much as I do. So for anyone who is new here, I'm Kat of Kat's Novel Adventures, and this is Lauren
Yes.
of Happy Haunts Library, and we are happy to be here. So Lauren, do a little intro. Tell us about yourself. Tell us about your channel.
Yes. Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for inviting me, Kat. I think this is the first time that I've ever been on a live stream with you, right?
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Have you ever been on anything with Kelsey and me at the same time?
Actually, maybe. But yeah, this is us celebrating Poe, which I'm really excited about. There's just something about Poe that it's like a vibe where it's like, and it seems he's like so creepy at a time where like it wasn't necessarily the coolest thing to be creepy. So I just love him for that. And I gain a lot of appreciation as I read more of them and more of the stories. And I have a channel, and I love talking about all things horror and Halloween. So Poe is right up my alley.
Yes. And Lauren has two wonderful videos out. I will have to put the links in the chat for us. She has one from last January where she did a vlog, and it was fantastic. I loved it. It gives you all the vibes. So if you have never read anything by Edgar Allan Poe, check it out, and it'll make you want to read Poe. And then she has another video that just recently came out where she's reacting to the Fall of the House of Usher, the new Mike Flanagan. I say new because it's new to me. I think it came out like in October. So it's relatively new. And her reaction to watching it, and I love it. It makes me want to watch it even more.
Good.
Because so many people have said that it's really wonderful. And the only thing that I have ever watched by Mike Flanagan, I watched Hush. And then I also watched the Midnight Mass series, and I loved that.
I want to get to that one. I really want to get to. Is Hush the one with his wife Katie Siegel?
Yes.
Okay, I love that one too. Gosh, she's like my favorite. She's
really good, and in that one, she's deaf, and she can't hear, and that's when this guy they classified it as a slasher, and I watched it because of a slasher marathon that I did with Kelsey, but I didn't really think of it as a slasher. It felt more like a home invasion.
That's what I was thinking too.
You know, like this guy just toying with her or whatever. But anyway, on the list that I found for slasher movies, it was listed on it. And that was my first introduction to her, I believe, as an actress. And then unbeknownst to me, or maybe I knew this and just forgot about it because it had been a while since we had done our Year of King, but apparently Flanagan directed Gerald's Game. And
yeah, she's in it. Yeah.
And so I just kind of forgot about that. But anyway, Gerald's Game was not my favorite book or movie, not because I don't think it was well written or it wasn't well acted or whatever the case may be. It's just the topic, the content, you know.
Gotcha. I've never read it or watched it. Yeah. Is it horror or is it more like a thriller?
It is horror. I don't know. I guess it could be horror, maybe a suspense thriller kind of thing. There's parts in it that are kind of horror, you know, have horror elements to it. Just because of something that appears there. And then the situation itself is kind of horrific in a way,
Mm-hmm.
what happens to her. So anyway, I don't know. It's not my favorite. I mean, I'm not saying that people shouldn't watch it or read it. Just I would just, go in cautiously because there is like content in it that I think could be a trigger for some people. So just,
Oh, totally.
check out whatever the trigger warnings would be for it.
And
But
you plan on reading it, or no? Sorry, you plan on watching The Fall of the House of Usher this week, right?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
you got to get to it, and I need
Well,
like, just DM me if you're not like vlogging it or something, because I need to know what your thoughts are.
yeah, well, I am doing a vlog for Poe. I decided I'm
Okay,
gonna do
good.
a week of Poe. It's a week, so I figured I could do my vlog. But I have scheduled just for 2 episodes because I just don't know how my week is going to unfold. My mom is supposed to be coming home on Tuesday, and so I don't know how much I'm going to be back and forth, you know, helping my dad with her just getting home. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that my sister is going to fly in and
Mm.
she can kind of help, when she first gets there. So we shall see. But I have the weekend, and I'm hoping that my husband and I can watch at least the first 2 episodes this
You
week.
have to get to the second one. Like, that's where it
Well, the
got me.
second one I'm really, really excited
Yeah.
about because of the whole Mask of the Red Death. And I just cannot imagine how that is going to be portrayed on the screen just because of the story. I mean, it's
Yeah.
kind of a crazy story if you think about it.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, it's so good. I don't want to hype it up too much, but like, it's really good. I love it.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. So I'm hoping, like I said, 2 episodes, that's my goal. But who knows? I might end up loving it so much that I might go through the whole entire season. And I don't know if they're having a second season or not, but I know
No,
for a
I hope you
fact
love it
that
that much, though.
I'm hoping that I'll be able to. And if not, then it'll just carry over after, this week is over. So nothing will be lost, that's for sure. But what are you reading tonight? What are your plans?
I'm very excited to finally get to this short story collection called His Hideous Heart. 13 of Edgar Allan Poe's most unsettling tales reimagined, including original tales. So they have the his short stories in the beginning, and then or poems too, because there's Annabelle Lee, and then adaptations in,
Mhm.
or maybe it's reversed, yeah. But there's some interesting people here, like Amanda Lovelace is making a blackout poem for The Raven. So I'm like, okay, how's that going to work to like make a blackout poem from The Raven? That's really cool. I don't think I've read anybody in here, so that's really fun to kind of get
Mhm.
exposed to other people. So I'm a pretty big fan of short stories, and I really like the way that people play with Poe's works because I think he has really great premises that aren't necessarily fleshed out fully. And there's just so much you could just use as a foundation to like really build something that resonates on a more modern level. So I
Mhm.
like the What Moves the Dead, like that was a
Yeah.
great fleshing out of the premise in The Fall of the House of Usher. And yeah, it's really fun. So I'm hoping I can get out of this what I got out of What Moves the Dead.
Yeah, I love What Moves the Dead. I thought T. Kingfisher did a fantastic job with it. And in fact, today, Mother Horror had posted on Instagram about
Oh,
6
yes.
books, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
If you love Poe's work, check out the reimagining. So I saved it. I saved that post just so I can go back and check those other books out because I had already read What Moves the Dead. But I like when someone can reimagine a story and take their own spin on it. I also have his Hideous Heart as
Yay!
well. I was gifted this by Kelsey, and so I was excited about finally being able to dive into it. I am planning on reading The Telltale Heart. I wasn't at first, but then I was like, I think I might. And of course, the book, the story that she wrote, Stephanie Kewen, is Happy Days, Sweetheart. So I'll read The Telltale Heart. It's really short, and then read hers. But I'm planning on reading The Telltale Heart again as it gets closer because of the live chat that I'm going to have with Jennifer on Thursday. But very excited to try it. I also do not recognize any of the names, of these authors who are doing the retellings. So that's going to be pretty interested to see what they come up with,
Same.
for the stories that I am reading. I love short stories. I just don't read enough of them. But I think last year I really have upped the game with it. And I'm hoping this year as well, because I have been buying some extra books on short stories. In fact, today I went to Friends of the Library to pick up a book. I was specifically looking for this book right here by Julie Smith. This is the Mardi Gras Readathon group read. So I got this one for 50 cents. I was very excited.
Dang.
But I found a couple of short story collections that have to do with vampires. And one of them is Celtic vampires. And so I'm very, very excited about that because it's legends. Celtic vampire legends called Bloody Irish.
That's cool. Does Kelsey know that exists?
Oh, I don't know. I've never heard of it. And then I found this one too, Stories with a Bite, Vampires in Love. So I had showed all of these really briefly in my blog that I at the clip I did earlier before coming on here. But the one that's Vampire in Love has a Neil Gaiman story as well as an Anne Rice story. So that was one reason I picked it up. But I mean,
those are some heavy hitters.
I mean, $2 a piece, and they look brand new, like they've never been read before. So, and then I'm also going to read The Man Who Was Poe. I'm going to start off with this one. It's a middle grade book by Avi. So I'm going to start off with that one, and then I'll change over to The Telltale Heart. But let's look and see who is in the chat. We have quite a few peeps. We have some come pretty early. Queen Victoria, welcome, welcome. Can't wait. And then my friend Lori from Books, Ink, and Paper, she is the creator of the Mardi Gras Readathon, and I'm co-hosting with her. She said, life may have gotten in my way today, still hoping to join, but I may not get home on time. Regardless, I'm taking my book with me. So I hope you get home in time. Camille, hello, Camille. And I had told them all hello. We have Alicia, and we also have Christine in the chat. Hello, ladies. I was telling them hello while we were waiting. And then Miss Jennifer, happy birthday, Poe. I'm looking forward to sprints tonight. Yes, as I am as well. And Tammy, hello, welcome. And Miss Kelsey is here. Woot, woot. Hello, Kelsey. Hello, Em. How are you? Exciting. Hello, Christina. I hope everyone is well. Reading Misery tonight, maybe getting something done. Probably not. Sharing some happy birthday Edgar wishes with the like button. Thank you. And we got a Lauren. Hello, Andrea. Welcome. And Jamie's here. Happy birthday, Poe. Thanks for the words. I love that. Thanks for the words, Poe. And Jennifer's telling us hello, Kelsey. Happy birthday, Poe.
Oh.
I've been making Poe puns all day long.
I know. I love it so much. I have 2 in my posts.
In fact, I even had leftover potato soup.
Oh my God. No, Kat, no.
I know, it's terrible.
Just keep coming. I need it. It's all in honor of him. So
it is. I told my husband this week I want to go eat a po' boy. I'm like, do you think we could go get one? So I'm gonna have to look at menus to see how I can figure it out. But who knows?
There needs to be a restaurant that's like themed by Poe. Like they have so much to work with their food puns for like on the menu.
Yes, well, there's actually a restaurant, and I need to find the menu and look, because we did ask them if we could have a menu. It's called Witch Sandwiches, and the whole restaurant is themed around like Halloween theme and horror movies and stuff.
Where is this?
So this is in Robert, Louisiana, a little podunk town called Robert, Louisiana. And if you look for them on Facebook, I don't know if you have a Facebook. I don't think they're on Instagram, but I need to find the menu. But we went to eat there one night. My husband's like, let's go out to eat. And so we went to try it because I'd been wanting to try it since they opened. They're relatively a new restaurant, but they have like the Werewolf of London sandwich. They have, different, like a witch sandwich. They have like children things that are about the children's menu. Like I can't think of it right now. I'm gonna have to look for it when we go on our first sprint because I have the
But
menu.
you've
My
been,
husband's like,
right? Like, have
huh?
you visited?
I've been there one time. My husband and I went one time, and we enjoyed the food. We got their bread pudding, and it's very neat looking on the inside, the way it looks. So I told my husband, I wish we could go. I need to look at the menu. If they have anything with Poe on it, I might go take a ride out there because it's not far, but it's not super close either.
Yeah.
And just see if I can go in and get some footage. I should have the night that we went, but I wasn't doing anything. So
Yes,
I was
yeah.
like, I don't want to take footage if I'm not doing anything. So I always am like, well, I could go during Halloween. I could go on Friday the 13th. I mean, there's so many things I could go in there for.
You just gotta
So
go. Oh my God, go at least like for me. Like go. It sounds amazing.
it's really, really neat. So I need to look for the menu. It's somewhere in my office. I tucked it away because I didn't want it to get ruined, but it's really a cool place. Hello, Froggy. Hello, Vanessa. How are you? House of Usher first dropped on my birthday. Thanks, Mr.
Ooh,
Flanagan. That's awesome,
we
Jamie.
knew.
Happy Poe Day. Thank you, Faye. Happy birthday, Poe. Hello, Liz. Rewatching some Flanagan while updating my resume. The real horror.
Relatable.
Well, you know what, Liz? I love hearing that you are updating your resume. That means you are truly going to be making a change soon. And I'm happy about that for
Love
you.
it, yes. All the good vibes to you, Liz.
Yes, we do. We have to send Liz lots of good vibes. Gerald's game is more of a psychological thing. Yes, it is because of the situation. And Christine loves the House of Usher. I need to rewatch because I'm sure I missed a lot of things. I think you would agree with that, right, Lauren? It's the kind of show that you
There's
probably
so
have
much.
to
Yeah.
watch. You know, like
And
you're
then
watching it the first time
yes.
just to watch, but then when you
Mhm.
watch another time, you're catching all the subtle things that you might have
Yes.
missed.
And I like watched it probably in like a span of like no more than a week. Like I think it was like 4 days or something. And
Mhm.
it's just like when you binge it, like you just are just give me more, give me more. Like it kind of, yeah. If you have a slower rewatch, you can be way more intentional about that. Because when you get sucked in, like you're just so you get fixated on certain things, mostly like the plot. So going in and like in Katrina's most recent vlog, she was talking about her rewatch of The Fall of the House of Usher, and she was really able to look at like the costuming and the colors and the different kind of ways that all of that is giving us some characterization of the individual Usher children. So I'm like, oh, that'd be like really fun to kind of look at that once you already have that plot figured out in the narrative. Yeah. You can get like really like specific and nitpicky about what you focus on.
Yeah. And then probably, I mean, there are things that are said and done that you might not catch it the first time, but then you catch it again, you're like, aha. Yeah. I didn't realize that at first. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It was kind of like that with me when my husband and I watched Wednesday. We watched the first episode and then we're like, let's watch another.
Yes.
And then
Oh my God, I binged that
we're
one
like
too.
blowing
So
through
good.
it.
Yes.
And I'm like, this is just great. Like now I can't wait for season 2. And I almost feel like I have to watch season 1 again, even though we recently saw it within the last few months. But I'm just like, I want to watch it again. It's just so much greatness in it. And I love Jenna Ortega as an actress. I've watched her in the first, I guess, I don't know, it was the Scream movie number 5 where she was first introduced. And I don't know, I've seen her in that movie Pearl, not Pearl, the X.
Yes,
and that's when I was first introduced to her, and I was so shocked that her character in X compared to Wednesday,
I know,
or compared to like Scream, it's unreal, really.
It's diversity. Yeah, she's like a big like Scream queen, but then the roles that she picks within the genre that she really like stays in, they're really diverse. So that's really cool. So you don't like really typecast her as one thing.
Yeah, I like her a lot. Jamie says to Liz, because I think Jamie understands this too. I just did that a few days ago. Yeah, I remember when you were doing that. You were doing cover letters or something too, Jamie. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping. Nevermore. As of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. 'Tis some visitor, I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this and nothing more.
Oh my God, that's so funny. I think they're both, Jennifer and Katrina, I've noticed they've been like adding stuff, and I didn't have a second to read. I think they're giving us the whole thing. I love it.
So excited to hear what you guys think about that collection. Yes, yes. I think it's going to be wonderful. At least that's my hope anyway. I shouldn't ever put too much expectation on something because then I don't want to be disappointed.
I have a question though. Do you know if this is young adult or if it's like adult?
I just assumed it was adult, but you know what? Maybe that's why we don't know any of the authors. But I don't recognize. Oh, you know what though? I take that back. I have heard of Kendar Blake. I just haven't read anything by her. She is the one that wrote the Buffy book in Every Generation.
Oh, that's why the name kind of reminds me.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but I have not read anything by
Tiffany D.
her yet.
Jackson. Okay. I'm looking at this. Cool.
Yeah, but otherwise, I don't know. These could be young adult authors, and that might be why. I mean, I read some young adult, but not familiar with it. That is a good question. It'll be something we'll have to ponder and then decide on the stories we read and compare them. Yes, I ran out of room. I really enjoyed His Hideous Heart.
Okay, good.
Oh,
okay,
so Jennifer, do you consider it a YA collection or an adult collection? Tell us. Does anyone else hear static? Yeah, Lauren asked about that earlier. I don't hear any static, so I don't know if it's on my end. I know that my laptop, the fan, it could be the fan maybe.
I feel like it might be like a mic thing, like an audio. Maybe like there's something like kind of weird going on with the connection with that. But
I don't know.
it's okay.
Now I do know I have sprints on. I have Alex's sprints on YouTube, but it's on silent. Do you think that could be interfering?
No, I don't think so. But I don't know. I get a lot of people that like say like I hear like people are messaging right now, like at the more recent ones, that they hear static or they don't hear it or they don't mind, that kind of thing.
Okay. Okay. Because I've never had it before. I mean, if I have, nobody's ever said anything before.
So,
So,
yeah, I've never heard it on your sprints either. So
okay. Well, thank you for letting me know, Vanessa. I don't know how to fix it. Hopefully it's not too bad. The Fall of the House of Usher show is fantastic. That was actually Mike Flanagan's last Netflix series. What a way to go out. Awesome.
with a bang.
I thought we could do a round robin thing.
Yeah, I love it.
Ooh, holy shit, cat. I need that Celtic Vamp book. Yeah, and it looks like it's brand new. And I have never seen it before. So it had to have come within the last couple of months because I didn't go in November and December. Hello, Diane. Welcome. Distinctly, I remember it was the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from. That's to you, Jennifer.
Leaving us on a cliffhanger.
Kat, we need to go to that restaurant. Yeah, I keep saying we need to kidnap you just to go to Cracker Barrel, but I could kidnap you and bring you to Robert, Louisiana. Children of the Corn menu. Yes, I need to find it because it really is it's a cool place with a cool menu. And I like the food. My books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. Hello, Stormy. Welcome, welcome. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more."
I love that. It
everyone.
reminds me of the have you seen the episode of The Simpsons where they do partial reenactment of the Raven?
No, I have
That was
not.
the image. You should look it up on YouTube. That's the image in my head that's coming up of like Homer Simpson falling asleep and then seeing a bird and stuff. But
that is hilarious.
it's funny.
Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating, then no longer, sir and I, or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came tapping. Oh, you came rapping. I should have had you read Jennifer's, and I did Katrina's. That's what we should have done. I flew through the house, follow the House of Usher series too. I definitely need to rewatch and catch all the little hidden things. Yeah. The Verna Raven costume at the
Yes.
end.
Gorgeous.
Here you go. Take over.
And so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more.
Went to watch House of Usher. Did you figure out if we could do a watch party? I don't think I'm going to be able to, Chris. I hate to disappoint you. I just don't have the capabilities I don't think I have the capabilities, and I really, really do not have the time to try to figure it out. Not with just a week, but I really wish I could. I'm sorry. The only way I could do it is if we all wanted to meet and on Discord and watch it on our own devices and then chat in the thing. And I don't even know if I can do that because I'd have to find another day. It's only a week. Okay, deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken and the stillness gave no token. Hi, ladies.
So
Spacewalking. Your turn.
And the only word there spoken was the whispered word Lenore. This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more.
Oh, we're trying to make sure we make you read poetry
Oh,
aloud to
yes.
us tonight. But I love it. I love it.
Popums.
Hello, Halko. Hello, hello, hello. Happy birthday, Poe. His Hideous Heart is YA middle grade. Okay, well, there's our answer. That's our answer.
I'm okay with that.
I don't mind YA. I do not. I have a book, another book that Kelsey gave me. It was a slasher book, and I liked the stories in it. And it was all YA. It's really good. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window lattice.
Let me see then what there it is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more.
I hear a little static. Okay. Sorry. Hello, how are you? Jessica, I believe, from Alex's Sprint on page 145 of Starling House and loving it more and more. Very good. I don't hear any audio issues. Thank you, Froggy. Thank you, thank you. And by the way, Froggy, when are you leaving for Australia? When are you going down under? And does this mean we never get to ever interact with you again? Or does it mean that we just don't interact with you while you're on the plane and recovering from jet lag? Please tell us. I hear static, but it doesn't bother me. I also hear static. Oh no. Maybe it's Poe. Maybe it's
Poe.
I do hear a bit of static. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Jamie, that it's not on your end. I think it could be your plug for your mic, but it isn't too bad. The plug for my mic, I don't know. Everything's plugged in. Nothing has been changed since the last time I used it. So I don't know. I do not know. Poe is coming back from the dead. It is not bad. Okay, you hear it, but it's okay. I'm so sorry. Ah, open here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore, not the least obvious. Okay, I'm stuck.
I know.
Obedience, maybe. Not a minute stopped or stayed he. If I would have known we were going to be like reciting this, I would have practiced.
I know. Oh, me. Okay. This is, but with Mayan of Lord or Lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat and nothing more, just staring at him.
It's okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't my phone starting to mess up. Okay. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven. I think I'm going to start a nonfiction book because Libby is guilting me, telling me other people are waiting for it.
Ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore, quoth the raven. Nevermore. It's like what they do with the Simpsons show. Nevermore.
The only time I did show my students when I taught Telltale Heart, we were talking about illusion, and there's a SpongeBob episode when SpongeBob's got his boots on and he's doing his squeaky thing with the boots. It's like the heart beating in the Telltale
I
Heart.
think I've seen that episode. That's so funny.
And my kids are just like, because trying to make them understand illusion and literature and speeches and all that kind of stuff, it's like trying to give them something they can identify with. Hey y'all, His Hideous Heart has been on my TBR for years. I'm going to have to see if I can get the audiobook. Yay! The moon never beams. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though it answer little meaning, little relevancy bore, for we cannot help agreeing that no living human being
Ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as Nevermore.
Oh my God, I was so excited for this readathon that I had to slow down a bit on what I added to my TBR. But the raven sitting lonely on the placid bust spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered. We do that stream at same time separately. Can I count this comment reading on Storygraph?
You can mark this off your TBR. Till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, Nevermore.
And Jennifer says, absolutely, Froggy, you can count it. Actually, we all can. Startled at the stillness, broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock in store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster
Followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of nevermore.
It's Poe gracing us with his presence, yes. Lauren, are
Found
you doing a
another
watch along for The Shining? Love that movie and book.
Yeah, it's been for like the past week on my live stream. Like it's already been scheduled. So if you follow my channel, Happy Haunts Library on YouTube, then you can see that when you click on the live tab. And I also posted on my Instagram as well with the same handle. So I also, because I know it's kind of hard sometimes to do the whole like notification on YouTube, I also always have a countdown on Instagram for my lives. Because for me, I get the notification directly from Instagram about those countdowns that I like enable versus my YouTube channel email gets my notifications, which I don't check as often as like my actual one. So yeah, follow me on Instagram, follow me on my YouTube channel, because that's where I post all my stuff ahead of time. So it's already scheduled and it's happening on the 30th of January.
Fun. I'm living in 4 days as long as I don't catch COVID from my parents. I'm still going to join sprints when I can. I'll just have to see with my schedule and huge time zone difference. What is the time zone difference? I do know that there's a big, huge difference like in seasons, but what is the difference? Because I know it takes, 24 hours or more to fly? Is that right?
She mentions it in the, yeah, right here.
It's a 16-hour difference.
That's
wow.
big.
That's huge. I'm impressed Katrina can quote Poe while tipsy.
Katrina could do amazing things.
But the raven still beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking. Didn't know we were having a reading. This is cool.
Actually, actually is really cool. It's really cool to do this. Fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore.
This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining.
On the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press, nevermore.
Then methought the air grew denser, perfume from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretched, I cried, thy God hath lent thee. I messed up.
So cute.
Actually, I think it's right.
We believe you. By these angels he hath sent thee respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff, this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore.
Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted on this desert land enchanted. And then I'm leaving on the 23rd, and I think I'm arriving in Australia on the 25th, traveling to the future. Oh, I'm excited for you, Froggy. Very excited, because Australia is one of the places I want to go, because I would love to visit Steve Irwin's zoo. I think it would be fantastic. And Chris says, oh, great, Lauren, can't wait. Need to put you on YouTube alerts.
On this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore, quoth the raven, nevermore.
Oh, another prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends upon us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aden
it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, quoth the raven, nevermore.
Be that word our sign in parting, bird or fiend. I shrieked, upstarting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie that soul hath
spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take my beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door, quoth the raven, nevermore.
I love how fast they can type too. And the raven never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming. Cliffhanger.
And the lamplight o'er him streaming throws a shadow on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Is that the end?
Is that the end?
It sounds like, I feel like that's one of the last things he says. Nevermore.
Nevermore. I think
yes,
so.
it is. It is the end.
Because that's what I used.
I
used that quote in the in my intro. Yes, it is. And my new ringtone needs to be Lauren channeling The Simpsons with Nevermore.
Nevermore.
The end.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Jennifer and Katrina. You guys rock. That was fun.
Yes, that was very unexpected, but I loved it. It brought me lots of joy. It was a happiness boost. Woo, woo. And I loved it because it was intermingled with other people's comments about all kinds of other things. Okay, so let me get our Pomodoro Kitty up because I apparently didn't get that up either.
Is it a black cat?
I could get a black cat.
Do you have a choice
This is
of
because
that?
I was watching sprints earlier and wasn't getting myself as prepared as I needed to get myself prepared. It seemed like I had so much time today. How long do you want to go? 30 or 45?
I'm down for whatever. We can do 45 because I
Okay.
think these stories are pretty like they're not like super long, but like I think decently long.
Okay. Yes. Okay. We'll do 45. Let's see. And let's see about getting us a black cat. Yeah. Let's see
And
what kind
my
of back.
story, the first one I'm getting to is going to be based off of inspired by Annabelle Lee. So excited.
What color should we do for the background? Let's see. I don't want to do too dark because I could do red.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Red background with a black cat with green eyes. How about that?
Creepy, haunting us.
Okay, 45. I'm hitting start right now. And let me split the screen. Okay, so we will get back in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everyone, or sprinting, or whatever you're going to be doing during the time. See y'all in a little bit. I got startled
Oh, the black cat.
by the black cat. That's right. Let me stop this. Okay, so how did it go for you?
It ran really well. So I got through one story because it was like really quick. It was probably like 10 pages. And then I started another one. So the first one I really loved. It's like imagining Annabelle Lee, the poem, through like a sapphic lens. So I really, really loved it. And it was really quick. And then now I'm getting to the one that's inspired by The Pit and the Pendulum. So it's kind of giving me like some true crime vibes into it. A little bit of like a Criminal Minds-esque kind of scenario. So I am surprised how much I love it, but I'm a little afraid because I've had short story collections where I've really loved them for the first few stories, and then it really started to like peter out for me. So I hope I still enjoy them as I move forward. So fingers crossed.
So you're reading them in order.
I'm reading them in order, but I'm only going to be doing the ones that I'm familiar with already. So like, for example, there's the story after this one. It's inspired by the Purloined Letter. I've never read that before. I'm just going to focus in this first read on the ones I have read before. But have you read that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
What's
it's
like
more
the
like
premise of that?
detective. It's more detective.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's with his
I
famous
might like that.
detective. Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to be one of his famous ones, you know, but I actually like the Murders in Rue Morgue. Like that's my favorite one, you know, out of the detective ones. My book is pretty good so far. This one, The Man Who Was Poe. I mean, it starts off with a prologue. What's funny about it is the prologue is only like a day away from part one. You know, like a lot of times prologues are like a year or so, or months, or whatever. This is only like a day in between what happened and in him meeting this mysterious man. But what's funny about it is, I mean, it opens up where this young boy and his sister are left in a room all by themselves. They have just come to England. They're in America, and the aunt leaves them there to go search for their mom. And she's gone for a couple of days, and they're hungry, so he goes out. And when he comes back, his sister's gone. So then we get into part one, and we have this mysterious man going to deliver a letter. Well, the little boy and the man kind of collide on the street, and Edmund tells his story. Well, when the man introduces himself, he's kind of hesitant at first, and he says, "I'm Auguste Dupin," which is the detective. So, oh, you muted.
I'm muted. Yeah. He's in the Fall of the House of Usher, like the Dupin. He's in there. So
Okay, yes. So anyway,
series.
that is anyway, that's where we're at, and that's all I'm going to say at this point. But the man, he has business in this town, and somehow he's going to help the little boy. So we're going to have to just see how it unravels and what has happened to their mom, what has happened to the aunt, that kind of thing, and the sister, because the sister has mysteriously disappeared. So I'm curious to see how it's going to be.
Is Poe a character in this story?
Well, I'm assuming so because he says his name is Auguste Dupin. So he's a writer. He's a writer coming. So anyway.
Okay. Probably Poe.
Now why
the
he's there and why he couldn't deliver the letter and got Edmund to deliver the letter for him, I don't know. I don't know if he's there in town for mysterious reasons. But he's a writer. So I'm assuming that the man that Edmund collides with is Edgar Allan Poe.
Gotcha.
Based,
and is
based
yours
on the little
adult
clue.
or is it?
This is middle
YA
grade.
or an adult?
This is middle grade. I would say it's middle grade. I mean, I think they listed as middle grade and YA maybe, but a lot of times I find they do that on Goodreads. If it's regardless if it's middle grade or YA, I don't know. It reads like more like middle grade, but Avi tends to write more like historical fiction type, except for nothing. There's a book that he wrote, Nothing But the Truth, where a boy makes an accusation against the teacher and his accusation, and he knows he's wrong when he makes the accusation, but it spirals into something so terrible that it ends up having an outcome that's really awful for the teacher. And he's got to live with the fact that he did something like that to him. I don't want to go in too much detail in case anybody wants to read it, but it's very powerful. It just makes you realize that someone can say something about you, and if they can get enough people to believe it, and it spreads like wildfire, whether it's the truth or not, it can cause so much damage to the person that, I mean, it kind of reminds me of Slewfoot that I just finished reading. I mean, you accuse somebody of being a witch, and people all of a sudden start having hysteria where they're saying all these things are happening to them, even though it's not really happening to them. But if you can get people to believe based on what's happening in society at the time, it really can have some dire consequences for the person that's being accused. But you're a teacher. I would say if you ever have time to read it, it will probably make your blood boil, just because
I probably wouldn't.
you're an educator. So I'm just saying it would, it's just amazing how I don't know, the whole situation comes about. But yeah, I like him. The other book I read by him was Crispin, and that takes place in like feudal times, and it follows a boy named Crispin who is like a peasant, and so you see that hierarchy of economics, I guess, of that time, where your place was, what you could and could not do. But I haven't read everything by him. He's got a lot of books, though. So let's see where we left off. I think people were congratulating us on
our amazing performances.
The awesomeness of our performance. Everybody thought it was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
What a delight. So much fun. Great job, everyone. Yay, bravo. Love that. And Linda the Gamer Gal is here. Hello, hello. And Amal is here. Hello, peeps. Organize my physical TBR for the legs. Get physical TBR challenge. Oh, hosted by Folded Corners Books. I have not heard of that. Oh, Let's Get Physical. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like,
I haven't heard of that one either.
Yeah, there are a lot of readathons that are going on that I don't hear about unless somebody in the chat pops it out. Reading First Trimester by Cheryl Woods as a physical, page 89. Listening to Born Winners by Sarah Richards, chapter 9. And e-reading Miss Morgan's Book Brigade, 18% in. Very nice. Amal always has tons of books going at one time.
I wish I could do
they
that.
have those mini books with classics and others like Clueless. By the time I found them, they're now selling for a lot of money. Ooh.
I know books can go for a lot of money.
Hello, Coda. How are you? 23% in Miss Morgan's Book Brigade. And be back after my shower. Thanks for the sprints if I couldn't return on time. Well, if you're not back, thank you for popping in. Also, I put in Lauren's Poe blog from January 2023.
You're so sweet.
And then Vlog Height. Woot woot. And then Lauren's The Fall of the House of Usher video for y'all to check out. And Alex is popping in to say hi. Hope you're having a great time. I am, as I pop back in. I did go pop back in. Alex always has questions on her channel that she's always asking. Today's apparently Happy National Popcorn Day. So one of her questions was, what kind of popcorn do you like? So
yummy. What did you say? What was your answer?
I said caramel corn. I mean, I like popcorn just in general, but like caramel corn is one of my favorites.
I like theater popcorn. All buttery.
Yes, especially if you go to the theater that you can put your own butter on.
Yes, have control over the buttering. Yes.
Right. So right now her question is, outside of books, what do you have a collection of? That's what she's asking people for. And Froggy was just sprint hopping. Yes, because Kelsey also did some impromptu sprints this evening. Christina read some, chatted some. And Em read 3 stories from the Barnes and Nobles edition of Edgar Allan Poe's
I have that
classic
same
stories.
one.
Is it a
Mhm.
beautiful collection?
Yes, yeah, and Morella is my favorite. I haven't read any of the other ones, but, like, Morella is so weird. It shows up in the Fall of the House of Usher series on Netflix, so you'll see the reference to that, but Morella is such a weird story. Do you like it? It's
I
so
mean,
weird.
I did my summer of Poe, so it's been a while since I've read the short stories. That's why I'm like, I could reread them over and over again. They're all new
Oh,
to
yes, yeah.
me. Silence, a Fable, Berenice, and Morella. Yeah. Even like the one with the oval portrait is very strange.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Oh, there's quite a few of them that are just so odd. And then the one I read for the Mayhem I think wasn't that what the little thing was called with Mindy and them? Mayhem, I thought. Mayhem May or something. It was like where you read something under like 250 pages.
Oh,
Well,
yes, yes,
that's the
yes, I
one
remember
that
that.
I read the story about the mesmerist. They put it in the zombie book that I have, a zombie collection of short stories, and that one was even kind of weird.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah. I started with my favorite, The Telltale Heart, then read by pages for a group read. Next up is The Mask of the Red Death. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
I need to read that one. I haven't gotten that, but I love to listen to people read it while I read the text. And then I will go to like a YouTube channel or go like on Spark Notes and have the whole summary that I'll read after because sometimes it's so hard for me to understand what's happening in these stories. So I want to
Mhm.
experience them and I want to like know actually what's happening. So it takes some time to get through post stuff often.
Yeah, well, Andrew, my son Andrew, wrote a paper on that short story. And I don't know if I still have it. I had kept a bunch of his stories in a file folder on my school email, and I never did carry stuff over or send stuff over, and my email got closed, and I didn't get everything out. I'm not sure if I had printed it and put it in a folder somewhere, because I like to keep his papers if he ever wanted to refer to them again. I don't know if I lost it or not. If I have it, who knows where it is. I was also sprint hopping. I'm reading a Poe pop-up book too.
Pop-up book, that's fun.
It is. Didn't read much. Listened to The Black Cat to get one in for your readathon. Then read a little on
Yay!
Haunted by Heather Graham. Excellent. Well, you chose a good one. The Black Cat is a good one, in my opinion. I read some scholarly essays on The Black Cat and The Telltale Heart. The writers made some
So
interesting
fun.
points, but then started to lean way too heavily into Freudian interpretation.
Eggplant emoji. I love that.
That's too much. Too much.
I love a good scholarly essay.
Yeah. I know sometimes though when they come up with things you're like, I didn't see that at all. It's kind of like that with poetry. I took a poetry class in college and there was a guy in our class, every poem, it didn't matter what it was about. He always had to bring up something sexual about it. I'm like, it is a freaking rose. It is a shoe. It is whatever. No, it didn't matter what it was. It could be a cigarette butt. And somehow it had some kind of sexual meaning. I mean, literally every time he would speak, I'm like, oh,
Not
what is
again.
wrong with what is wrong with this guy? It's like, what is wrong with this guy? If I was a professor, I probably would have pulled him aside after class and said, could you please
Tone it down a little bit.
go solve some whatever this issue is. Ah. Hello, Jocelyn. I didn't know today was Edgar Allan Poe's birthday. Yep, it is. So I guess I have read The Man Who Was Poe and gave it 3 stars back in 2016, but remember nothing.
Looking back at like the Goodreads and seeing that you flagged it.
That is hilarious. Yeah, this is the copy I have. I'm taking notes on it too. The copy I have, Kelsey gave it to me. She gave it to me for Halloween because she knew that I wanted to do something with Poe. I agree. Morella is my favorite of the 3. Very nice. I read a bit and showered. Gonna head off, but thanks for having me. Time to spend the afternoon with my mom watching True Blood. Oh, fun. Thank you so much, Jessica, for stopping in. I really appreciate it. And I wrote a grad paper on Poe's The Black Cat. It was definitely one of my favorite papers I wrote. Excellent. Hello, Queen Victoria. Hey, y'all. Hope you're having a good evening. We are having a great evening, Jasmine. I hope you are as well. I'm rewatching Fall of the House of Usher and reading a thriller novel called Breathless. Sounds like fun. Yeah. Yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be the day that we do it. We have one more episode. My husband and I have one more episode of the Jack Reacher show to watch. It's the last one.
Okay.
And we'll be totally finished with the series. So I know he's going to want to watch that first because we probably would have watched it tonight had it not been on sprints tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And we couldn't watch it Thursday. Why could not we would not watch it yesterday? Oh, he worked late, so he didn't get home until late. So that's why we didn't do it yesterday.
But he
And I
wants
think
to watch The Fall of the House of Usher with you?
he probably will. Now, whether he'll stay awake or not, I'm not 100% sure. Because we started watching Guillermo del Toro's anthology collection.
Cabinet of Curiosities, I love.
Yes. Well, and I love him. He's one of my favorite directors. And anyway, we go to watch the first episode with the guy with the storage locker or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I like that one.
That one freaked me out. Well,
Yep.
I look over to him because I'm like freaked out, and it takes a lot to freak me out. He's sleeping. I'm like, you can't even protect me at this point from being freaked out. And so he had no recollection of what happened. So we'll have to watch it again, which kind of freaks me out that I would have to watch it again. But I literally, after watching that, was kind of afraid to go to the bathroom. I mean, and it's not like, I mean, I know nothing can get me in my house, but that's how kind of freaked out I was by it.
Yes, I absolutely love that episode. I actually did a video this time last year where I had book recommendations based on specific episodes of that anthology.
I think
So if
I
you like us,
think I watched
Yeah.
it. I think I did, and I think that's why I found out about the show because I don't watch a
It's
whole
so
lot of
good.
television. I really don't watch a whole lot. It's not that I don't love television. I loved it. I worked in TV, but you have to pick and choose. Either you're
Yes.
going to read or
And
watch
I am
television.
a commitment phobe, so I have to make sure I really, really love something if I'm going to watch something that's more than like an episode. So that's my thing, my problem.
Yeah, time is of the essence.
Yep.
It's been a good night thus far for me. Been reading A Court of Frost and Starlight. Very nice. Out of curiosity, if anyone's seen Fall of the House of Usher, do you guys think it's a good retelling, or do you think some aspects fall flat? Well, I have not watched it yet. Lauren has watched. So, what is your opinion, Lauren?
Yeah. Well, my reaction video goes into it in like a non-spoiler way. And I will continue not to talk about it with any spoilers. I think it's really good. I'm not like some Poe aficionado, but I feel like it does take the essence of the stories and like remixes them. So like if you're somebody that like really knows Poe well, then you get to see those stories, those like premises in new ways. So you're not bored. It's not like the same thing. But some of them are like really close to the short stories or the poems, where like it's kind of predictable. Like there's a certain character that's named after a poem, and you're like, okay, well, what's going to happen to her? And it's like that's kind of not as fun. But then there's other ways where like you see it takes some time for you to figure out like, oh, that's where they're pulling Poe inspiration from. So I found it like you could get my full thoughts in my video about that I just posted. It's like my most recent one because I was kind of like pre-gaming and getting myself ready for this readathon. But I loved it. I thought it was great.
Yeah, so I posted Lauren's video for that right here. So if you want to grab that link, and that way you can watch it later. She goes into a lot of that. Do you feel like you would have to read the story prior to watching the episode? Because I know the episodes are named after the short stories or the poems. What do you think, Lauren?
I think I don't think you have to. I think it would be really fun for you to watch it all the way through with whatever Poe knowledge you have. And then before your next rewatch, then use it as the opportunity to like go back in and read the short stories from him. And then maybe like we could have a different experience. Because I don't want anybody to like wait to watch it because I don't think you'll still enjoy it. And there's like fun horror moments and great characterization that like you'll understand what's happening, even if you don't know the Poe stories.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, the first one is Midnight Dreary. So Got that one. But I won't reread The Mask of the Red Death before I watch Mask of the Red Death. Do you think that probably be the best thing to do? I guess. I mean, I'll do that instead. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to see if this is where we're at. Oh, wait. The Fall of the House of Usher is all kinds of fantastic. So I think that I'm gonna do that since you said that.
Yep.
I mean, I know what the premise of The Mask of the Red Death is, so it's not like I won't know. Okay, that's a show that's definitely been on my list to watch. What story introduced you to Edgar work? For me, it was Mask of the Red Death. For me, it was the poem Annabel Lee. How about you, Lauren? What was your introduction?
I think it was either Annabelle Lee or The Fall of the House of Usher. I feel like in high school, I was like kind of shown a little bit of this stuff, but like it wasn't like anything like a hardcore unit on it. And yeah, I think it's mostly like a more like recent thing for me to like really explore his stuff. And one of my favorite ones is going to be Premature Burial, which is just like, I love it because it's very meditative on like death and what it means to live too. Like it's a surprising, hopeful story from him. But then I'm realizing a lot of his stories, they do have, well, at least the ways people have interpreted his stuff, there's always like kind of like a hopeful edge to them in ways I'm like kind of surprised because he's characterized as like this dark, brooding, sad, depressing writer. But a lot of people like kind of brought out a lot of his like hopefulness in his works, which is surprising.
Yeah. I mean, I had printed up a little bit just in case anybody wasn't really sure what he's been credited with. I mean, he's regarded as a central figure of Romanticism and Gothic fiction in the United States. You know, so, but I do think some of his stuff is lovely. I mean, as far as like, it's not always doom and gloom or, you know, about murder or whatever. And I don't think he had enough of a life to live to see what else he could have actually produced because he died he was 40 years old when he died. That's so sad. Jennifer said, I loved Mike Flanagan's modernization of Poe's works. He kept the essence of Poe and brought current commentary into it. I think Poe would approve. I think being familiar with Poe enhances the experience, but even someone who has not read Poe can definitely enjoy the series. Well, that'll be good because my husband, probably the only Poe he has ever read was whatever was required in high school. So he'll probably be like, what the heck are we watching? The Pit and the Pendulum was my first experience with Poe that I remember. Very good. And high school was a long time ago. Yeah. I remember seeing Vincent Price in The Pit and the Pendulum before knowing who Poe was. Yeah, there is also Vincent Price. I think Diane had put it in her video. I didn't get to watch her whole video, but there's a Vincent Price. And I'm not sure if it's The Pit and the Pendulum she's referring to, but there's a story or something that he is in. I need to watch that video. It's in the Discord. I need to put her video in the Discord so people can find that. I've just been running short on time. I'm trying to do, my hands are in too many different things right now that I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be ahead with, you know, trying to get things ready for Folklore February, trying to plan for this.
I'm very excited for.
Yeah, and then we're already starting to plan for Old School April. So it's just trying to keep my mind, you know, with all the different things. The Raven was my first Poe as we had to read it in school.
That's pretty iconic, yeah.
And then I found the first episode a bit slow, but the second episode more than makes up for it.
Oh, that's exactly my experience as well. Also, Liz, can you do me a favor? Can you somehow DM me or can we contact each other? Because I want to get your email. If you could somehow send me your email, that'd be nice. Because I know she doesn't have Instagram, but I want to contact her about something like privately.
I love Liz. Liz and I chat all the time in email. In fact, she sent me some wonderful posters of Walking Dead characters, and I can't wait to share all
You love your zombies.
Yes, I love them so much. So I can't wait to share them. They really are awesome. But yeah, I just think they're I was so glad that she thought of me. You know, I'll break my IG fast. Her
Oh yeah,
Instagram
she's like,
fast.
yeah. Love it. But that's why I said that I wanted you to make sure, and I even told my mom this too, because I was like, you have homework, mother, you have to watch The Fall of the House of Usher. And if you're not convinced on the first episode, like you need to get to the second one, because like Liz mentioned, like it gets you. Like the first one is kind of on the slower side. And I mentioned that in my video. And the second one just like it got me so good. So I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I find sometimes like a pilot can be hit or miss, or a first episode can be hit or miss, because a lot of times the first episode is introducing you to your characters. And so you're trying to do that as well as have
Yep.
some sort of world building at the same time. So you have to be patient with that, with the storyteller. You don't want it to be rushed and not seem layered enough that you're not going to care about the characters. So I almost made that mistake with the show Schitt's Creek, because the first episode I'm like, I don't know, this seems kind of too silly, whatever.
Yeah,
the
you're
case
on the
may be.
fence. Yeah.
And Andrew was like, no, Mama, you have to watch a couple of episodes and you will be hooked. And I'm so glad I did. So now it's like I have to remember, give a show at least 3 episodes. And if after 3 episodes, if it's not working, then maybe not. You know, something
Yes.
has to happen. You know, but my thing is I'm very much character driven. I like character driven stories. So if you can get me invested in the characters, then I'm going to stick with it. I mean, the plot can be meh, but if your characters are rich enough, then I'll stick with it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that ravens being able to speak is an actual thing after reading The Raven. Yeah,
I didn't know this. Is that like that's legit? Wow.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. The ogress and the orphans. I want to say it was either ravens or crows in that book, but there was a thing about them with speech or being able to understand. I can't remember if it's ravens or if it's crows. And I know that there's a difference between them, but I'm not sure if they're kind of in the same vein or whatever. It's very
I guess
weird.
they can talk better than parrots, which is so wild.
They're interesting birds and super smart. Yeah, I've heard that. Schitt's Creek is the best. I love it. I definitely took an episode or 2 for me to commit. It did, but once I got into it, I absolutely loved it. Ravens are super intelligent. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to look in the Ogress and the Orphans, because I read that for middle grade March for their book club, and they kind of help the Ogress out with their things. But I mean, I know it's a fictional story, but they're using real knowledge of what they know about the birds or whatever. But weren't the birds, what kind of birds were they in the birds? Were they ravens or crows?
Oh, I do not know. That's a really good question.
You know, that's a Rebecca du Maurier story.
Yes, I would read that one day. I read Rebecca, actually. Oh my God, it feels so wild. Last February. It's like
I remember you reading that because I listened to your video on it. I haven't read it, but I read Jamaica Inn, and I really like Jamaica Inn.
Oh, okay. So I looked it up. So some of the crows were actually ravens. The gulls were caught in the San Francisco garbage dump, and the sparrows were caught by one movie maker. However, the captured sparrows had to be used alongside birds from pet shops to achieve full effect in the scene where they invade the house. Ooh. So I guess it was wild gulls, crows, ravens, sparrows, and finches.
Wow.
For the movie.
Because I just remember them being black.
They made an appearance.
Right. And I don't know about you, but when I see a bunch of black birds on a wire or a tree, because sometimes they're in a tree, I'm just like a little freaked out.
Side-eyeing them.
A little freaked out.
Absolutely. It's because you're smart. You know what they're capable of, and you have respect.
Exactly. Okay, so do you want to do another 45 minutes? Is that too long? Is that okay with you?
No, it's good.
Okay, well, we'll do that. We got to the end of the comments, so let's go ahead and start it. Let me share it. Let's see what Alicia said here. I would like to have a friendly raven to exchange gifts with. They will bring you things.
Gotta get on their good side. Harness the power.
Yeah, only if they're
I
going to
love
bring
that,
you
Alicia.
maybe something gold and shiny.
Ooh. Yes, big yes.
Okay, see y'all in 45. Hello, hello. Okay, so how did you do?
Really well. So I was able to have dinner. It was really yummy. And we had the story that was inspired by the Pit and the Pendulum. It was very suspenseful. I was riveted. I was like, what's going to happen? It's kind of very similar to the actual short story, but it added into like different elements that are very like true crimey. So I really loved it. So the next one I'm going to get to will be The Telltale Heart whenever I get to that. It was really good. I loved it.
Yay, yay, yay. Well, I got up to chapter 3 in this because I had to finish my chapter. I don't like to be stuck in the middle of a chapter. And
yeah, same.
A gruesome discovery happens. I'll leave it at that.
Ooh.
So at least Edmund has, the sister's still not found, but at least Edmund has Dupin, also known as Poe, kind of trying to help him. So I guess the mystery is starting to really unravel at this point. Okay. And then I did read The Telltale Heart in the book and just started the reimagining. So I got to.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yes, Happy Days, Sweetheart by Stephanie Kewen, I guess is how you pronounce it. So if we do one more sprint, I should be able to finish it because I think it's like maybe 13 pages, but I don't know if I like it yet or not because, like I said, I've only read like 2 pages, but I like the way it starts, and I think our main character in the story is a independent female, but has some things kind of stacked against her. So now I'm kind of trying to decide, is it going to be like The Telltale Heart where you have someone being, in the role of the old man and someone being in the role of the caretaker? That's I'm curious about that. Like, how are they going to do that? And if so, is it going to be this female character is going to be the caretaker? Or
yeah, like how are they going to reverse that?
Yeah, like not necessarily that she is like a caretaker, but just like in that role. So I'm just kind of curious about that.
But that's my next one too. So that'd be really cool if we're able to read one at the same time.
Yes. Yeah, that will be interesting. So, and I mean, The Telltale Heart is very short. It doesn't take that much time at all. I think it took me less than 10 minutes. But I taught that when I taught junior high. So it's very familiar to me.
I need to read it. I think I'm kind of fuzzy with that one. So I probably should read that one.
Yeah. I like to know all the little like nuances, details. I don't know. I just always love teaching that one to the kids. Okay, so where we left off. Oh, I did check. I did check about the raven crow thing in that Ogress and the Orphans book. It was crows. But I wanted to check to see what, like, if crows and ravens have similarities, and I forgot to check that. I have to check that. I'm curious. M left us. She had to cut out early. She's watching Gilmore Girls with one of her baby bats. She said, thanks for a fun time, Kat and Lauren. I thought it was sweet. She had put in her story that she was hanging out with us. Wasn't that sweet?
Gorgeous book cover. So beautiful.
I know. I mean, like I have 2 different versions of short stories of Poe's stories because Andrew gifted me one. It doesn't have the complete all the stories like my one that I got when I was in college, but I love the cover. It's really nice, the cover on that one. But like I could probably own tons of Edgar Allan Poe collections if they had pretty covers. And Kelsey gifted me a paperback from like long ago, like when it was published many, many moons ago. But it's very fragile and it's still in its little plastic sleeve. I'd like to get a kind of an ornate thing to display the book on, a book display thingy. I don't know what you call it, but anyway, so I could put it on my shelf. I'd like to have like an Edgar Allan Poe shelf.
And you could add your cute little Funko Pop next to it.
I know, he's so cute. I mean, I actually am displaying him out of his box. I did keep his box. I'm not like, I always want to keep because my Funko Pops, you can see some of them are up there. I keep them in their box.
I take them out of the box. I take them out.
I know. I have my X-Files. My X-Files are up there. All my Stephen King ones are in my other room with my Stephen King books. But yeah, keep them in my boxes. I'm just afraid. I shouldn't be afraid of them. I don't think anything can happen to them. Woo, go baby bats. I'm almost finished with Poor Things, then going back to Poe. Very good.
Ooh, I'm tempted to read that one.
I do too.
So I want to know. What do you think about it, Alicia?
I did not realize the book was the movie was based on a book until Jennifer started reading it, and Jennifer was going to DNF it because she didn't like it at first. She said she's so happy she didn't DNF it because it got to be so much better. Yeah, no. She had put on Instagram that she was thinking of DNF in the book, and then when she came to Sprints Wednesday, she said she changed her mind. Hello, Skeleton Key. I have been reading alone, trying to get it under a minute so I can do a short tonight. Very good. Yeah, she was trying to decide if she was going to do a short or she was going to read it live. I finished Poor Things yesterday. I loved it. What did you think of it? So talking to Alicia, and I'm so glad. I was telling Laura and Jennifer about how you were considering DNFing it. Now that I know that there is a book, I'd like to read the book before seeing the movie because the movie intrigues me. It's got Mark.
It's like it has that Frankenstein.
Yeah,
so that's what intrigues me. If it's like any kind of reimagining of that.
Yes, and I like Mark Ruffino, and I also like Emma Stone. It's a different role for Emma Stone, so I'm just like really, I'm intrigued by it. I am starting to read His Hideous Heart, but I'm reading the original first, then reading the retelling next. So I'm jumping back and forth in the book. That's fine. That's what I'm doing with the two stories that I've chosen to read out of it. And again, I may read more. I did my TBR to where I knew that I could read, throughout the week. I didn't want to stress myself out in case anything came up. I always feel kind of bad when I can't read what I have on my TBR.
Yes, less is more.
Yes, so I'd rather do it that way. That especially if I end up with more time and I can finish the whole entire series, the season of.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like I'll feel satisfied with what I have on my TBR to read.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? Got to 36% into an e-arc, The Doomsday Archives, The Wandering Hour by Zach Lauren Clark and Nick Iliopoulos. It's a middle grade. Wait, I need to look at something really quickly. That name. I'm sorry. What are the odds that would be the same name as a book? And what should be the last book that I'm looking at? Shoot. Okay, I know one of these picture books that I got had the name Iliopoulos on it. And now I'm not going to be able to find it. That is so crazy because that is not a common name. I got all these picture books. Oh, no. Okay. Christopher Iliopoulos. I mean, what are the odds that you'd have two Iliopoulos? You have a Nick. I have a Christopher. I bought this for Andrew's girlfriend. She loves Marie Curie. So I thought it was maybe the same author. I'm like, how cool is that I picked up a book today? My copy of His Hideous Heart is upstairs, so that'll be my bedtime reading tonight. Perfect bedtime reading.
It has good vibes. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, and I'm kind of excited that it is YA, that it's not necessarily an adult version of it. I mean, because like I said, I have that slashers book, and I really enjoyed the stories in that one, and it was all YA. Hello, D. Catters. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Welcome. I'm a mentor for grad students. I read one of my mentees' rough drafts and prepared feedback for her. Excellent, Jennifer. I am liking it. I think it's a 4-star. Very good.
Ooh,
I
that's
am so
good.
glad I did not DNF Poor Things. It definitely picked up and I ended up giving it 5 stars. That is awesome to go from almost DNFing to 5 stars.
That rarely happens. That's nice.
Yes, rarely. And could you imagine if she DNF'd it? She would
I
never
know she
know,
missed
I guess.
out. Yeah.
Froggy started the nonfiction and got 15% in. Also stood in the snow for like 20 minutes with Hugo because he didn't want to be in the cold.
Oh no.
Tootie does not
Ooh.
like. Now Tootie will pee, but he will not poop in the cold. And so I'm like, I don't know how you can hold a dude. You've got to go. You go like twice a day, sometimes
I'm
3
curious.
times.
Carly, what's your book topic on? I think you mentioned a while back you're reading something. Is it the same nonfiction book?
Yes, please tell us,
You're
Froggy.
reading cool things.
Yeah, we want to know. Yes, Kat, watch all the episodes. I want to talk about it with you. Just finished I See London by Chanel Cleaton, and it was amazing that I pre-ordered the next book immediately. Wonderful. And I don't blame him.
I don't blame him.
Snow stinks, huh? Yeah, that is not a common name. No. But what are the odds that you and I both have a book by 2 separate authors or
They have to
illustrators?
be related. They
I mean,
sure have to be related.
My guy is the illustrator. So what are the odds that I'm gonna have to look that up? You know, because like the Green Brothers, they both write.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. He was upset because he was confined to an area of our yard we shoveled out. He's too short to go on a walk because there's so much snow.
Oh, that's just like falling in.
Oh my goodness. Could you imagine? She would have to shovel him out. Switch gears and finish Maynard's house. How are you liking it, Liz? How are you liking it?
Have you tried this one yet? Have you read this one yet, Kat? Because I tried 10 minutes of it and I DNF'd it. So I don't know. Liz, should I give it a shot? It's my thing.
No, I haven't, but Amy had it during her winter vlog that she did. I watched her winter vlog and she said she liked it, that there was like some funny parts in it. And she said really and truly, it was like more like the last 100 pages really kind of ramped up and picked up. She said there was kind of like a gross kind of situation in it, but
fun.
but it wasn't like it didn't turn her totally off. She finished it and it ended up being one of the better paperbacks from hell that she's read. So I mean, like you'd have to hear like all of her thoughts to get it, but I don't know. I haven't read many of the paperbacks from hell books. I mean, I did that one that I read for Garb August, but unless I have read some and I just don't realize they are a paperback from hell, which I just got that Grady Hendrix book like
I have that too, yeah.
August, you know, so I haven't even cracked that open. The book is called I don't know how to pronounce that. The Swedish Art of Savoring the Moment. Nunjda?
Ooh, it's like
Junta?
Yeah, it's kind of reminds me of like Hugie. I forget what it is, but it's like basically like maybe is it Swedish?
Like the
I don't know, it's like the
Sweden.
cozy.
Yeah, Sweden. Yeah, Higgy or whatever. Reading it for a nice mindset shift before my trip. Well, that sounds nice. Sounds cozy. It actually sounds cozy. It is very much a book of its time, very slow and more a character study for the majority of the book. Maynard's house.
Okay, I think I'll skip it. I think I'll skip it.
Yeah.
I already read a paperback from hell. I read The Pack, which is basically an animal attack story that has a winter setting. It's paperback from hell. It's like 74 or something it came out. And I think I gave it one like 3.5 stars because it is very much of its time and it was like a little slower moving, but I found it interesting because I do like animal attack stories. So I don't know about this one. If it's like basically about a character that when I was listening for 10 minutes, it didn't really grab me. So I don't know. Life's too short.
It's always one you could go back to if you had to, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like Nuta in the audiobook. Okay. So like the J is silent. I read The Pack. It's not an easy read. Is that the case, Lauren? It wasn't.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was not an easy read. I think you could. I'd be curious about like what you mean by not easy, but I think for me, what made it not easy was like um very much of its time. Like the characters themselves can be a little frustrating, I think, because of the choices that they're making or maybe not making, and the pacing is a little like wonky, where like things are happening, but then things are not really happening. But I enjoyed it because I really empathize with the dogs quite a bit. Like it's actually really sad what happens to them, and so you're rooting for them, and then sometimes you're rooting for the humans. But I think it's pretty like it's graphic, it's gory. It gives you what you want from an animal attack story.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know. If it's anything that's sad with the dogs, I may not want to read that. I'm telling you, I read the Shutter, and then the
Yeah,
whole time I'm like, oh my God, this dog, Una, something's going to happen to this dog, Una.
you should
I'm
not
like,
read the pack.
I don't even want to know.
Yeah,
Well, it just
skip it,
depends on
skip
how
it.
graphic they are with what happens to them. You know, I do think Allborn was pretty good in that you do know what happens, but she doesn't go into it graphically like in Cujo. And then also in Cujo, you have the dog's perspective. So you're in his mind and you're hearing, you know, you're feeling those thoughts that this dog has. So if you have an animal, a dog or a cat, whatever, you're sort of like, oh my gosh. And then I feel terrible because I was so concerned about the dogs. I didn't even think about the poor cat and Slewfoot. And I didn't even mention that if you're a cat lover, be prepared for Slewfoot.
What did you rate Cujo? Like, what was your rating for that?
Cujo was a 5 for me. I just because it wasn't what I expected. It was like a character driven story, and while I didn't really like the choices that some of the characters made, just what the mom goes through and the way it, I don't know, to me it's a very heartbreaking book. It's the type of book, even though I gave it a 5, I don't know if I'd ever read it again, because
Yeah, one and
especially
done.
the end to me, just I cried. I'm like, this is just not, you know, Cujo's such a good
It
boy.
got you.
I'm just like, no. But I don't know. I really liked it. I mean, some aspects I didn't, you know, as far as like I said, the decisions. But it was just different. And I didn't read it for a long time because I had just seen the movie. And I was like, well, if it's just about this dog that's going on a rampage, I don't think that's going to be very interesting. I didn't realize the
It had some
drama.
heart to it.
Yes, the human aspect of it, I guess. And the only reason I read it was because Kelsey and I chose it for Year of King. And so we ended up doing it. But I think it's underrated. I think it's one of Stephen King's more underrated.
Oh,
stories.
absolutely. Yes. It never comes up.
I got through the intro about 60 pages, really wanted to go watch some Bones, but think I am going to read chapter 1 first. It's about an hour long, then I will feel like I was productive. Very good. Well, you've been doing stuff tonight, Christina. Yeah, I think that's it. It's the pacing through me to start.
It took me so long to get through this book, like 2 weeks. I was trying to get through it. Like it just felt endless. So I agree.
And Jennifer said Cujo is such a good book. I cried too. Yeah, because I wasn't expecting the ending, I guess, because of the way the movie ends. You know.
Oh, so it's a little different there. That's nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, when you have that, and I mean, the thing about it is because of the choices that this couple makes surrounding their marriage and everything is pretty much why the outcome is the way it is. And so you can just, I guess, if you can put yourself in that perspective, yourself in that mom's shoes or whatever, it's just something that I don't know how you would ever really kind of recover from. If that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So I do also think that if you ever read the book and then watch the movie, I would recommend watching the documentary of making the movie. Because to see what, it's on YouTube. to see what Dee Wallace and the young boy went through to do the scenes and the filming of it. It was horrendous conditions for them to go through to make it. So a lot of what you see in that car during those scenes are believable enough because they were actually feeling their environment, I guess. And then it's also pretty funny to find out how they did the dog. And once you know things about how they created the dog scenes, you're kind of looking for it in the movie. And then it's like kind of funny if you can spot it, or like you might spot it and then you think about it and then they reveal what it was. And then you're like, oh, I did really see what I thought I saw. But I don't know. It just gave me more of an appreciation for Dee Wallace's performance and the little boy's performance in there.
I love those kind of documentaries.
I have to be quite honest. The guy who plays, and I said this when Kelsey and I had our discussion, the guy who plays the husband, I was just like, he didn't have the same acting chops like Dee Wallace did. And I don't know if it's because he was more of a stage actor / soap opera actor, and this was kind of like his first like film role. So I don't know if that was the case, but he's just not who I would have envisioned based on how the character was in the book, kind of thing. But he was fine, but it was just, he just seemed like he was green, like he wasn't, like he hadn't done a movie or anything.
Still
I don't remember Misery reading this way. Maybe it's because I watched the movie a few times since I read it, but the intro was a swirling brain fog. Yeah, I like Misery. I like the book and the movie. The movie is kind of hard to watch in certain scenes, though. Wow, I didn't even know there was a documentary for the making of Cujo. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Check it out. I need to reread Cujo too. I am trying to get through them all again. It's been a long time since I read a lot of them. Yeah, same here. And I mean, Cujo was a first for me, but some other ones, like I've read The Shining a couple of times. I've read
just read that one, yeah.
Yeah, Salem's Lot a couple of times.
How thick is Cujo?
It's not, it's short. It's not a
shorter, his shorter one.
Yeah, it's not very long at all. Not at all. Froggy loved the Cujo book. I read the whole thing during a long road trip. Yeah.
Oh, 319 pages. Not bad for him.
But it does not feel like 319 pages. If you would have asked me, I would have said it was around 200, 250 at the most.
Okay.
I mean, it's one of his shorter books. I reread The Stand and It last year and also read Outsider. Very good. Cujo is like 300 something pages, I think. Yeah, Lauren just looked it up.
I feel like I'd read that.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how you felt about it, especially with, like I said, the character choices. It only took me 4 days. Yeah. Well, that's not bad.
Oh, dang. That's really fast.
Fun fact, the red dye in cereal in Cujo is inspired by something that really happened when Frankenberry first came out. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. Yeah, because the dad works in like marketing and advertising and all that kind of stuff. And something happens with this red dye in the cereal that kind of prompts him to be away from the family. And so, so that's pretty interesting. I got to go now. Thanks for sprints, Captain Lauren. Have a good weekend. More fun. Bye, Jennifer.
Thanks for hanging.
I will be setting up our StreamYard for our live for next week, hopefully tomorrow morning. It's on my to-do list. I just like the book because you get to see the thoughts of Cujo. They can't really do that in the movie. No, they cannot. So I think that's why it comes off that way. And that's why I've never really wanted to read it, because I'm like, I don't want to just read about this dog that's going to be turning into a monster. What with the red dye? Was it bugs? I can't remember. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't end up liking the Cujo book because they don't know how going into it, half of it is about marital issues and a cereal
company. That's good to know ahead of time.
Right. But there's a reason why they have the cereal issue, because of, again, it's all choices. And that's the thing about it, is the outcome based on those choices. It's heavy, in my opinion, for what a human has to deal with in the aftermath of it.
Okay, interesting.
It's just the way I feel
Okay.
about it. I mean, and I guess I'm saying that from the perspective of a mom. Not that I would have made the choices that the mom made, but I'm saying like the outcome or whatever. You know, knowing that I would have been responsible for that if I was that woman.
Okay. I'm getting intrigued. My library has it. Audiobook. For sure.
Okay, so would you like to do one more sprint? Are you up for
Yeah,
another sprint?
totally.
Okay, do
Yeah,
you want to
especially
do
since
45
we'd be doing the same
minutes?
story. Yeah, I'm down for that.
Okay, that'll be good. Zach said it was a red cereal kids threw up and it looked like they were throwing up blood, so it was a marketing disaster for the husband. Yes, I had forgotten about that, but that was the main reason why he's away. King does go into some heavy stuff sometimes. Yes, Rose Madder was a bit heavy too. I agree. It's been a long time since I read Rose Madder, though. I do remember it was very kind of like kind of fairy tale-ish, kind of another dimension, weird kind of thing. Kind of almost reminded me of Weave World by Clive Barker. Okay, so we're going to do another 45 minutes if everybody is okay with that. Stormy says, thanks for sprints. I'm off for the night. Bye. Oh, and Stormy, before you leave, did your well unfreeze? Do you have water again? I need to know.
Hope so.
Yeah, her well froze Monday, and Wednesday was still frozen. Like they had no water.
Damn.
Can you imagine that?
No.
No, I could not either. So she might have gone already, but I was hoping that she was going to say. I forgot to ask her earlier. Hopefully she's doing okay. Oh, Christina says, have a beautiful night, Storm. Sleep well and stay warm. I think Stormy left. Oh, wait. Yes, we have water, but tonight it's 2 degrees, so it could freeze back. Ooh, you need to get some kind of a light source or heat source in there, Stormy. I hope it doesn't. That's got to be rough. I think she said earlier that she has water now, yeah. But it could freeze again. Yikes. I can't even imagine. Okay, so happy reading, and I'll see you back in 43 and 50 minutes. Hello, hello. How did you do?
I did very well. So I read in History Part the Raven Blackout poem. I read the Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, and then the Telltale Heart inspired short story, which I really loved. Did you get to it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. What did you
So
think? What did you think?
I loved it, and I love the fact that she did something a little bit different with the ending.
Yes, I loved it.
I was so happy. I don't want to, I mean, I can't say too
Oh,
much
it was
about the
so
Telltale
good.
Heart because
Yes.
Jennifer and I are going to talk about it at length next week. But
Oh, cool. Okay. When is that?
we can talk about the retelling though. I love the fact that the female character, which it doesn't mention her name, and I'm wondering if the reason they don't, well, I know like in the original tale, you don't know either character's name, but we
True.
know the name of the boy, and I'm wondering if her name is, if it's not named because she could never earn that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
because I kind of feel like I read another story like that where the characters weren't, oh, it was in a short story that I read called The Lonesome Bodybuilder. And it was the same kind of premise. And I'm wondering if it's because the wife in that story just never felt seen. So I'm wondering if that's what Stephanie Kewen did in here, is that no matter how much she tried to be better, and she was better. I mean, she didn't really have to try. She was better. She was never seen.
Yes. I think
And
I think you're so spot on.
But I think what's good about that is, although she will get her acknowledgement at graduation, she will always be able to really fly under the radar and be able to move on.
That ending was so powerful. I loved it.
I was not expecting it at all. I was not. And I love the fact that the book is named this from the Telltale Heart. And I don't know why I didn't think that's probably where it came from, but I love that it's mentioned in both stories.
Oh yes, I love that. I love what they're doing so far, because that was like my third story, and then I read a poem so far. All of them do such a great job of like picking up either the tone or the musicality. Like the one that's inspired by Annabelle Lee, it kind of reads like a poem, just like it is, even though it's a short story. It's very lyrical in the way it's written. And then you have like those really key iconic lines or sentences that are part of a lot of the stories I've read so far. And I think with this reread of The Telltale Heart, the original one by Edgar Allan Poe, I am obsessed with it. Like, it is gnarly to think that there are like middle school kids who read The Telltale Heart. Like, it's gruesome by any standards, then and now.
I loved teaching it for junior high. Like, my kids loved it.
Did they love it? Yeah.
They loved it. They did. And we would have a whole big discussion like in the beginning, and about just different, like different things about murder and just like death.
Oh,
like,
I'm sure they
what
ate that
scares
up.
you, what scares you kind of thing. And then also one of the big things, and I'm going to talk about this with Jennifer, is who do you think, my question to my kids was all the time, who do you think he's confessing to? Because he's telling you a story from somewhere. Is he confessing to a priest? Is he confessing to a lawyer? Is he confessing to his mother? Who is he confessing to? And the kids, I mean, we would just generate and brainstorm all these different, and then I would ask them, well, why do you think that? What gives you that impression? And then they would have to back up their answer. It couldn't be, well, because, or whatever like that. They had to back up who they thought. And every year it surprised me how somebody would come up with something that I hadn't even thought about. I was like, wow, I didn't think about it from that perspective or
And it's
whatever.
not that long of a story.
It's
It's
not.
very like clear to understand. I don't have to really go in and do what I usually do, which is find a summary of a lot of his stories. It's just very clear and straightforward, which is great.
Well, and I love like his references to different things in there, like the night, the dead watches reminds me of Practical Magic when she hears the death beetles in the floors right before she knows her loved
Yes.
one.
Yes.
So I love that. So it's almost like, was Alice Hoffman, was she inspired by that from the Telltale
Oh,
Heart?
totally.
Or
Yeah.
is it just because that is a superstition that's out there and it's witchy and all that kind of stuff? And then the whole thing about the spot, it coming from like Macbeth, where they can't rub the spot out. It's just all that is just, I just love all that. I mean, it's just wonderful. But I honestly, I'm almost tempted to just read the rest of the book for the rest of the week
That's my
because
plan. That's what
I
I'm
mean,
just
I've
going to
only
take
read
my
one
time and enjoy
story
it.
and
It's
I'm hooked
good.
on it. Like I could have a whole discussion
Yes.
about.
I read so many. I read like 4. And then that poem, like, this is like why I was kind of keeping my Nevermore TBR really simple with like getting to the Fall of House of Usher on Netflix and then just this, because I just like one of my biggest goals is to slow down this year. And I'm really
Yes.
relishing this and I'm really enjoying it because of the event itself, giving me this like opportunity finally just to like kind of sit with short stories and enjoy them for what they're doing.
And I really do think that they chose really great stories. Because I have read all of these stories, some more often than not, but I have read all of them, but I want to reread them again before I actually read the story again. I can't
Yeah.
wait to read Hop Frog, honestly, because Hop Frog is so good. The story itself, it's a story of revenge, and it's so good.
Is that based on Oval Portrait?
No, Hop Frog is its own story. Hop Frog is the Edgar Allan Poe story.
Oh,
So
okay, gotcha. So that's the one I'm not familiar with. So I
yeah,
think I'm
so
gonna go
Hop
through all of
Frog,
this and read that.
let's see, Magic Camp or whatever. Changeling is going to be.
Oh, I saw that one.
And let me tell you something. Changeling, I don't know if you know anything about a changeling. They are creepy as hell.
Okay, I have to read that one. I have to get to Hot Frog to read that one. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm
Yes,
gonna read
I
this
think
all
you're
of
going to
this. I
like
think I'm
Hop
gonna do
Frog. Hop Frog is just so, it's delicious in its own way, because it's a revenge story. That's all I'm going to say. It's a revenge story, but it's so good.
I love revenge.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I loved it. So I'm curious to see all of them I'm curious now, especially after reading this one by Stephanie Keelan.
All the ones before that, because I know you just kind of hopped into that. All the ones before that, I have read, except the one that is, I think there's just one of them I haven't read, and they're all great. So
yeah, well, I am
I
going to
can't
read
see it
I'm
being
reading
bad.
The Mask of the Red Death, and I'm reading the story that goes with it, Red, because I put that on my Mardi Gras Readathon TBR as well, because I needed a ball or an elegant event. So I figured that would work really well for that. And then I could also use it for my Edgar Allan Poe. So
Oh, totally.
since I'm using it for both, I mean, and the stories are not very long.
No,
So
they're the perfect length, I think, for my attention span these days. Like they're
yeah.
fleshed out enough to you like free to feel like you're in a story and you get some like kind of punchy ending, but they're not so long where I'm like, oh, okay, I don't have the stamina or momentum to like keep going. That's my problem often.
Well, especially at the beginning of the year, it depends on how hard you go at the end of your year. And I just felt 2023 was a very, I read a lot and I participated in a lot. And it was just one thing after the other. And then coupled with my 6 months of personal hell, I'm just like, it was just a lot. So I just kind of felt like coming into January, I was going to kind of I had my plans and made plans with some other people, and then my mom broke her hip, and it's like, really? So that's why I feel like I'm just kind of floundering, and I need to close the door in 2023 so I can really be present for 2024. I haven't even written out my goals yet for this year. I have an idea, but I haven't even gotten that far yet because I just keep going, So hopefully
Yeah,
by
you need a break.
this month, I told myself this month, my month is about clarity because I'm reading
Yes.
a book with Stoic meditations
That's
from the
nice.
Stoics. And it's
Yeah.
daily. Every day you have a short passage from these philosophers. And January is about clarity. And so I'm using January like a foundational month so that really February is when I'm going to dive into 2024.
I love
that's
that.
my plan.
Yeah,
So
that's how a lot of people do it.
I mean, I just have to go with it. I don't really have much of a choice. Normally January 1st, I'm hitting the ground running. Last January, I was kind of like, I'm doing nothing. And I read one book, and that was No Exit by Taylor Adams. That's all I read.
Ooh, that's on my TBR. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you like it because it's very fast paced, in my opinion.
I think I would.
And it's
because
one
I
of
read
these.
Last Word by Taylor Adams. So I think, and I enjoyed that a lot. So I know that people like No Exit way more than that book. So odds are I would.
Yeah, No Exit is very to me it just went like I read it very fast because and it's one of these things that you're kidding me. Like you're just like, what is going
Jaw
on?
on the floor. Yeah.
I mean, it's just one thing after the other, and you're just like, I cannot take this anymore.
Let me go. Let me go. Let me be.
So let's just go through real quick with the chat because we lost a lot of peeps.
Yeah, it's getting late on the East Coast.
It says, oh yeah, we were telling Storm we were sorry about it, but she has a heater in there. Queen Victoria wanted to know how everyone was staying warm because she had cocoa and a blanket, and she loves this weather so much.
Same. It's rainy here.
It's actually warmed up here. We're like in like the 50s now at this point, but I mean, we don't need a fire or anything like that. But we're supposed to be getting colder temps again this weekend. Liz left. She thanked us for our sprints and had a great night, so I know she's gone. Nicole from Noteworthy Fiction dropping by to say hello and gave the like button a squeeze, heading to bed. Night all. Love the black Pomodoro kitty.
Black cat.
So I know that she's gone. Bye. And then Coda saying goodnight to Nicole. And thanks for sprints, Kat. More sprints at, I guess it's Neva's, everyone. So thank you, Coda. I'm sure you're gone. Perfect time. And I just finished The Black Cat. Also read The Mask of the Red Death during sprints. Very good, Jamie. Very, very good. I hope you like both of them. They're two of my faves. Almost done with today's section. Going to finish it while getting ready for bed and some bones. Thanks for the sprints. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You too, Christina. Stay warm. I was sprint hopping again. Didn't get any more reading in. Well, that's okay. Literally hopping. Hop Frog. She needs to read Hop Frog.
Oh my God, yes.
Yes, Froggy, you need to read Hop
Alicia.
Frog. You guys are making me interested in this book. Oh, yes. I would highly recommend just on the one story. And I trust Lauren's judgment, so
the other ones are good.
The other ones are very good. And Jennifer said she really liked the collection as well.
I know.
The Telltale Heart is so good. I agree 100%.
My new fave.
And Jamie said it's definitely my favorite. And The Telltale Heart and The Pit and the Pendulum were my first exposure to Poe in first grade. Oh, my goodness.
Start them young.
My goodness. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think The Telltale Heart is just so, like, crazy when you think about, I mean, how you could just be like somebody's friend or whatever, care for this person, and then you just like, wow. all because of his eye.
And just the ambiguity of all of that. Like, there's just so much you could add into that. And I think the story here like is so unique because you could literally go in so many directions with just how ambiguous the original story is. And they really made something so meaningful. Like I, as a teacher, if I was ever doing like, because I could with my social science credential, I could teach ethnic studies. I would pull that story out so quick, and I would have us talk about that, and then read the original story and talk about like the social cultural kind of lens and how they like made their choices. Like it's so good. It's so good.
Well, it is, and then it's also the whole thinking about trust, like how much trust a person has in another person to the fact that they would never feel threatened by that person is, and then unbelievable that that other person would break that or use that trust against them to get what they wanted.
Yes.
I don't know. It's amazing to me. It was the 70s. Well, that says a lot. I love the claustrophobic vibes Poe adds to his stories. Yes. Oh, and I mean, if you've never read the cast of Amontillado.
Yeah.
Amontillado. That one to me that one's a freaky one too. That one, it's like you need to know your friends and your enemies. Kevin, absolutely, Alicia. That's right. My favorite is
I need to read this one.
Amontillado. The paranoia was suffocating. Yeah.
Is there a story in here based off of that one? No, I don't. Oh, yes, there is. There is. Yes.
It?
Yes, there is one.
Oh, Tiffany D. Jackson. Okay.
Yeah, it's the second story, which I skipped because I didn't read it. So I think I'm going to go through this book and first do a round of all the stories that I already know from Poe. And then I'm going to do a second read of all the ones I have not read. Read the Poe one first and then read the stories. So I think that's how I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I'd like this short story collection so much. So
yeah, so far so good. I'm excited. I am excited. And yes, that one will raise my heartbeat. Okay, well, I think that will conclude our sprints. But before we go, what do you have in the works on your channel, Lauren? Just kind of do a little outro and tell everybody what we can look for in, the coming days or weeks or whatever.
Totally. Yeah. Well, thanks so much for having me, first and foremost. And the next week, if you are into The Shining, I'm going to be having a little watch party for that on my channel. So it'll be like a live stream in the same structure and format as like any kind of reading sprints, except it's going to be like hour long for like the first 2 sprints and then 30 minutes because the movie is so freaking long. And we're going to be talking about The Shining, and I'll be joined by another booktube friend of mine. And yeah, I'll just be chatting about that. People can read because I have my own kind of like occasional book movie club where I read classic horror books and then we watch the adaptation. So this is my second one. I did it for the first time with The Exorcist. So just anytime I feel the urge to do it, I don't like to kind of have too much added to my plate. But yeah, we'll be doing that January 30th, having like live reading, watching sprints on my channel for The Shining.
I think that's going to be awesome. Really awesome. It's one of my favorite King books, and I appreciate the Stanley Kubrick version, even though it's kind of like not as close to the source material.
Yes, that's what I've heard.
But I can appreciate it from a film perspective. It was very well done, I think. I mean, the opening shot.
I've never seen it, so.
I'm just going to say the opening shot to me is extremely haunting. So it's one of the best opening shots going through with the music and so atmospheric in my opinion. And as
I love atmosphere.
Yes, very atmospheric in my opinion, for sure. Stanley Kubrick is a wonderful director. I mean, I think, and there's so much imagery and symbolism throughout the movie. That I mean, it's a creepy movie in my opinion. I mean, ever since I was younger, the twins freaked me out. But as far as what's going on with me, I have a lot going on. I'll have Wednesday sprints as normal, Thursday evening, 6:30. I haven't posted that yet. I'm doing that hopefully tomorrow morning. At 6:30, Jennifer and I will talk about the Telltale Heart and Black Cat. And
Fun.
Folklore February will start on February 1st, and I will be having sprints for that on that day as well.
Good. I can't wait.
So a lot going on, but I really appreciate everyone being here to kick off this readathon. I love Edgar Allan Poe. Lauren loves Edgar Allan Poe, as I'm sure everybody who's here does. Froggy says, thanks for sprints. Hope you all have a good night. You too, Froggy. And if I don't talk to you prior to the 23rd, have a wonderful travel. I'm going to be giving you great vibes, all these positive vibes that you make it there and that everything works out and you get settled, and we'll get to talk to you again soon. Jamie said, I'm definitely going to have to put his hideous heart on hold at my library. I think that would be a good idea. Bye, Zach. So glad you came. Bye, Alicia.
Bye, Alicia.
Bye, Skeleton Key. What a fabulous night of sprints. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you both. Loved it. Bye, everyone from Linda. Mary's telling us good night. I'm enjoying this hideous heart as well.
Yay.
Excellent. Thanks for sprints. Good night, y'all. Bye, Halko. Hopefully, I'll be able to join for The Shining. Not sure where and when I will be there. But maybe you'll be there in spirit. If not, if you can't make it or you're not awake at that time, I'll try to make it to both of your upcoming events. Thank you so much, Alicia. We appreciate you. So in the meantime, everybody, stay amazing and be adventurous, and we'll chat with you soon. Bye.
Bye.